And good morning, everyone. Good morning, and welcome to Friday, last day of the work week. And give me a moment. I need to. Alrighty. Good morning. Welcome to Friday. Yeah, last day of the work week for those of us who work under that schedule. I hope the week has gone well for all of you. I hope you are energized for the rest of the day, that you are making plans, that you are ready for the weekend, that you will be re-energizing yourself. Nothing to say for me, actually. Morning went pretty much as I wanted. I got still advancing the migration of the chapters for Stepping Wild onto Dungeon Runner proper. I've sort of made a conscious decision, and one guided by my own level of tolerance for this kind of work, to only do 7 chapters at a day. That should still let me go through that fairly quickly. And because it's 1 week, I've lined it up so that it's a Sunday to Saturday on the calendar. It makes it easy for me to keep track of the dates and all that kind of stuff. And 7 is about my tolerance level. This is not work I enjoy, and sticking with it is very difficult. Literally this morning, I did my first 7 and went, you know what? I can probably do 7 more. Opened the page and then distracted myself with other stuff the entire time. Yeah. But what I wanted done got done. So that's good. That I'm happy with. Hey, Reject. Welcome to the stream. So this morning it is, well, a little different for those who haven't been with me for a significant amount of time. I finished book 4 in the Dungeon Runner series on Wednesday. And as I do before starting the next book as I do before starting the next book, when there is either an outline or, in this case, just a treatment, I read through it to refresh everything. It's not going to last. Within a couple of weeks, I'm going to forget most of that. But just to get a sense of what's coming, what I forgot, maybe make notes of things that I've either already dealt with or decisions I've made in the previous book render invalid, and so on. Really? I could have sworn I changed that. There we go. Krogley was the stand-in name for Ether before we knew who she was going to. Before we assigned her a name, and her mother is Cross and her father is Quigley, so Krogley, yeah. And so my co-scriptor sort of just jammed both names together, and Krogley became her what she was called while we were working out details about her. The writing of this itself is done by my co-scriptor, which is why you have stuff like random ideas I have, because we talk about it. We talk about what the plan is, what the details are needed, and then he starts writing. He starts taking that and making stuff like this. Like, what do we have going in? Well, this is the non-guild essence wielder book. This is where we're going to look into / explore what happens to those people who somehow, well, not all of them, but what happens to some of the people who somehow gain an element without knowing it / being folded within the Adventurers Guild. This is something I hinted at from book 1, where Tibbs encounters, if I remember correctly, it is a blacksmith and a baker, each who have an element, but are so weak in it that their eyes don't even reflect it. He can sense the tint to their life essence, so that's how he knows. But that was always there. It's not like I had a plan for that until we reached this, and I cannot tell you if I am the one who wanted to do this or if it was my co-scriptor's idea to deal with that. But it was always my plan that the guild was not all encompassing. Like, there's a big point made through all the books that the guild doesn't know as much as it believes it does. And that was on purpose. Like, I don't like monolithics. I don't like, be all and end all. And it lets me lie to the reader by characters lying, well, not necessarily lying, but telling Tibbs what they think is the truth and then revealing it's not. Tibbs is going to get mental and one other element here. Yep. Mental was always the plan for this book. The other element was because, we have a quota to reach by book 9. So, we had, we were looking over what we had, and okay, well, he needs to get 2 elements here. So, Tibbs is going to attempt to learn kinetic, but he might not get it here. Yeah. And what's highlighted here is because there are comments on the side, because this is pulled from Google Drive. Finally found a way to bring that into Scrivener and keep the comments. I don't like that they're on the side. Like, I really prefer my comments to be inline, but I can't figure out how to make that happen. In the end, he's not getting kinetic in this book. And we start with making peace with Ether, getting Ether training, and Tibbs heading to train himself in the mental dungeon monastery. So, these are things that we knew from writing the treatment to the previous book. What we need to decide what the second element is, how this second book is going to end. And this is called second book because it's book 2 in this trilogy. Oh. Shift Control T? No, G? There we go. So these were my plans. Good to start seeding the guild back into the story because, yeah, the next book, Tibbs goes. Sorry, no, not that about. The next trilogy starts with Tibbs being active again. Well, it doesn't start with him being active, but in the start of the next trilogy, the guild makes itself known again. Seeding it back is not quite as hard because I started doing that in the previous book by having Tibbs try to go into dungeons and encountering, the setups and using that to talk about the guild. Book says end with Tibbs planning on breaking Bardic out of the catacombs, and we should make sure the reader remembers Tibbs' long-term goal. Yep, this is no longer true. This is no longer how book 6 is going to end. It's not even how book 7 is going to start. Um, Mainly because in the actual writing, I've realized that what this trilogy is actually about, and who Tibbs is going to be, the kind of person he's going to want to be by the time it's over. And the big thing, what ended up happening is that this trilogy is about Tibbs dealing with his anger, dealing with his rage, his need for revenge. Following him, my idea for the big bad to find out about Tibbs's revenge plan for the guards. Also find out about the guild-related plans. It could be one. So Tibbs failed his test. Plan the idea of rallying their dungeons, or could me take the guild down. In this is still there, in a form, although no longer quite how this is worded. Bullet points. So this is him just putting stuff down. We end last book with Ether waking up, mentally still willing to fight, but her body not being up to it. Yeah, she passes out. So we can knock her out. Well, I have her simply pass out from the stress, from the strain of the audience, and so go over mental gymnastics of why he's not going to just kill her. That is still there because I don't deal with it in the last book. Although there's not going to be a lot of mental gymnastic. Tibbs is not a killer. That is the kind of thing that I've realized. He will kill when needed, but the rest of the time, this is not something he wants to do. This is never something he feels. It's never something that he. Okay, I'm not going to say never. It is not something that he does in cold blood. It's killing for him is something that happens in the heat of the moment, or when he's not given a choice, or when he's really, 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 really pissed. Which I think on the page has happened twice over 4 books. Sebastian and the Master in book 4. Now, there's been a lot of collateral death with that happening, but Tibbs only set out to kill those people. It's just when he's pissed. This is part of why I want to deal with that aspect of him. He needs to be different. He needs to reach the end I want to reach. He needs to transition to a different mindset, and that's ultimately what this trilogy is going to be about. Tibbs will heal Heather. Then he's not really going to need to heal her. It's just going, dealing with stuff while she, well, one, tying her up like he's not an idiot. In the meantime, he can have a discussion with the dungeon core. He definitely doesn't want to just put it back. A lot of that has been addressed in the previous book. They're going to try to kill the most unwilling animal companion. He has metal, so he can make a cage. That's going to change a little bit because at this time when things start, Tibbs is okay with carrying the core in his pocket. What is going to happen is that he's going to realize that the core is dying. That without a body, which is what the dungeon itself, the dungeon is its body, it is slowly ceasing to be. And that's where the animal body will come into play. Like, he knows that works because he did it with Stowe to save Stowe's life. Although he did it because his core was cracked. Arthur wakes up. Tibbs and he's bargaining chip. The fact that he just healed her helps. And she knows. She also knows he can use not just an element, but multiple elements. Actually, I don't know. I don't think she knows that at this point. Because she's not chasing Tibbs She's chasing all the aliases he's been using. That's been a big change as I wrote the book. What Ether's motivation is, because in the original thought, she was hunting Tibbs for the guild. And as I wrote her, I didn't feel good. It didn't feel right for her to do that, mainly because, I want her to be a decent person. And it's hard with the way the guild is. It's very hard to be decent, especially if they're going to be against Tibbs and be with the guild. So she's young, like she's, maybe 19. And yes, for a fantasy world, that's an adult, but she's still a young adult. And this is about her proving herself to her father, other people in the bounty hunter industry kind of thing, that that she can hold her own, and she can. It's just that her age, and in part who her father is, Quigley, is somewhat important as a person, and she doesn't want to ride his that family relationship, but everybody knows it. Everybody who deals with it knows who Quigley is, and she can't quite avoid it. So she doesn't have her protection anymore and doesn't know how to use her element, giving her the fact that he's a nice guy. Why does he steal stuff? Yeah, this is going to be part of the opening that I'm going to have to establish. Like, I need to get her to a point where she stops being so, adamant about capturing him. And, they need to get to a point where they trust each other. What follows next is Tibbs following Heather, trying to ignore Tibbs as he follows her, walks his return stray dog. Okay. So this is not going to be a straight line. Good. Take more than a day. During the night, we can have an encampment moment. Dungeon will try to squeeze out of its bar. Part of that will be Tibbs realizing the dungeon is slowly dying, leading to the animal, and then we can have that. Capture the core. All right, I'm actually going to go through that because... Oh, wait. Oh, right. This is not an outline. This is a... So these are what I'm going through. Okay. So Tibbs might be enrolling an animal companion to... Okay, I've done that. So this is where we are. He steals stuff. He's a rogue. Yeah, part of that will also be Tibbs working out the kind of person she is, because he only knows her as the person tracking him. He doesn't have he doesn't have a high opinion of her, mainly because she took a very large sum of money he'd hid, but she didn't hand it over to who he considers the bad guys. But he doesn't know what she did with it because she walked out of the city with it. So part of resolving that will be how she goes up in his estimation. I'm not quite sure how I'm going to have Tibbs go up in her estimation. Part of it will almost certainly be, explaining his reasoning behind a lot of what he does and what he does with that money and all that kind of stuff. Because he does go after people he considers bad people. Like he steals from nobles. Now, nobles are not bad people per se, but Tibbs' opinion and all that. Alrighty, it will likely need to catch the core with a globe of water, keep it from breaking against the bar. Tibbs will explain to Heather about the dungeon and its core. that's going to be interesting. Like it has. Well, actually, I don't. Yeah. Well, yes, it has to happen. Then negotiate with the dungeon, behave, or if it wants to stay mobile sphere, and the will think Tibbs is crazy because, yeah, she can't hear it. Then he snatches out a random animal, kills it, though she'd have smaller whiff opinion when the animal comes back to life, when Tibbs sticks the core into it. Okay, so that's going to be when he moves the core back. Okay. Yeah, I guess that makes sense. Like, because the dungeon core, like, it's just a core, like, you know, it will have sort of revived itself, so Tibbs knows that he's gonna have time, and he can just, you know, take it out and stuff like that. Okay. A small show of opinion when the animal comes back to life when Tibbs sticks the core into it. When they reach civilization, Tibbs has a bit less annoying in his tailing, but Heather herself has realized she has other problem Tibbs has been distracted her from. Like, she has an element now, meaning she has colored eyes everyone can see. Light enough to be teleportation platform, but even if it is, she's only get close enough for Tibbs briefly before turning around and in, flagging Tibbs down, or maybe going... Yeah, one other thing I'm going to use that to establish is that Heather doesn't actually want to have anything to do with the guild. And that's because of her father. Her father is part of the guild. He's an adventurer. And while he's okay with that, like, it serves him. I mean, Quigley is introduced in book 2, I think, of Dungeon Runner. And, like, he's not a bad person, but he makes no bones about the fact that, you know what, he's not a great person either. Like, he'll do what needs to be done to survive. And at this point, that means, you know, being part of the Adventurers Guild, even though he's probably repaid his debt to them at that point. Maybe going to a room, waiting for him to sneak up in the window, ask him that, confront her with civilization. She wants to talk. Tibbs and the other talk. And this is a conversation that could turn to take one bullet point, take an entire page. Keep short. She doesn't want the guild to get a hold of her. And there we go. It's one of the reasons she isn't an adventurer. Yeah, this will be a bit of where I give her backstory. Although, I want to be careful because I don't want to reveal who her father is. Because I don't believe it's in the treatment. But I want a reunion with Tibbs and Quigley. I want, and I'm probably going to use her green stone as the motivation for that, because at this point she stole it. She borrowed it from her father, who had it on loan from the guild. So she needs to return it, and Tibbs has it. So, yeah. More traveling, several chapters worth. Tibbs can explain basic of essence. Yeah, this is going to be very much, you know, basic training. Sheriff, it's brand, likely golden. This was a time when the color meant something, but it doesn't anymore to me. So the brand is just a, you know, quote unquote meaningless color. Probably not black, but yeah, it doesn't have meaning. They are traveling companion that only Tibbs can hear, though it would be cute if they figure out how to modify his voice box to speak, only to be the most high-pitched thing ever. I might do that. I'll definitely have the dungeon in the animal squeak, like, you know, the body speaking, but the thing is, like, it can't form words, so it's gonna come out as something else. First destination isn't the Alfucking, that would be the Kinetic King at this point, because why would it be? Others early training with Tibbs, ability to handle. So what they need is a dungeon, and Tibbs knows of two. He'll go to the second one, that is acting like a dungeon rather than just protecting itself. Whether get stuff settled down, when they get to the dungeon, helper will of course notice company, which is other company. Captive dungeon will, now being in the field of another dungeon, probably pull something like manifest a monster, and the local dungeon will eat it right up since it's against the rules. Tibbs now has someone who can keep the feral core in line, maybe re-socialize it. Tibbs walks Heather through how things work in a dungeon while also letting her try out the other essence. They're curious to see if it's possible to mend a second floor, but for now this run is more about getting Heather used to her own essence in battle. Once the run is got back to town, depending on how Tibbs dug into the secret of the valley, can do a conversation with the locals. Them surprised come back from now dangerous place if he thought the girlfriend with him. Strike out, but things remain completely secret in the last book. It's unlikely to remain on this one. Talk with Heather, practice. It's 5 books, so I think the audience can stand to hear a bit of Tibbs talking about his past. No reason for Quigley to be mentioned. Okay, I need to check stuff. The thing is, like, I know there's a plan. Okay, there we go. Okay, all right. So this is where I'm thinking it is. So this is a dungeon that Tibbs helped train, which means that I already have my cast of character here, and that I'm going to alter things here. And what I'm going to do, and this is me in my head. And that may very well change, but I'm going to have them go directly to the dungeon, bypassing the town, because Tibbs knows where it is. And once they've spent a bit of time there, then they will go to the town. And at that point, Tibbs is going to realize that they have a few runners in there. The people, and they'll be the one he knows. They won't have an element, but he can recognize the density of their essence, and it will be way denser than others. And I'm going to use that in part to explain how the dungeon has a second floor. Of course, that means I need to come up with a second floor. And I suck at that stuff. But, such is my my burden. But yeah, I'm going to spend a decent amount of time in that area of the story with Tibbs acting as teacher to the people there. Chicken Dungeon. After all, there are 2 of each. There are 2 of each now, and they are likely talking a bit. Maybe see a bit of the trapped dungeon core gaining some control of its body. Tibbs might recall what Alistair said about monsters and feral dungeon that's stuck their core and body and went on down. Yeah, this is not going to be something that Alistair can know. So this is the thing. One of the things I established is that the guild really doesn't know anything about dungeons. They are working on assumptions that fit what they're dealing with, and they've never bothered exploring it. / the big bad is making sure they don't go in that direction. Because that's the thing, I have the big bad as an explanation for why the guild can be a little backwards in its thinking. But that's not something that will be on the page for a while, if ever, because this is all big bad, all from the big bad's point of view, and he does not get a point of view. So I don't know if in the next trilogy, if it's even going to come up that the big bad has been making sure and why the guild doesn't know as much as it could. Might recall went away them. We can bring up that path only to lead them a very powerful adventure to crush them. Yeah, this was well before I had worked out the details of what the Dem were and all that. Like, this was written while I was writing book 3. And book 3 is where I started pinning down what the Dem is, why they exist, and the fact that they're not an actual living creature, that they are dungeon made. And yeah, this is where what I'm starting to think of as the Council of Dungeons started forming in my head. Like, I don't know if it's going to be an actual council, but the very old dungeons are the ones, you know, governing things, with the big bad stepping in every so often. So really, I don't be a problem. Whether Tibbs, no, there's villagers have to, for it, it's time to the villagers to ask about getting elements so they can go deeper into the dungeon, or just survive better. Of course, they want to ask Tibbs directly, since he doesn't appear to have an element. They'll ask Ether, but Tibbs doesn't mind telling them what he knows. Tibbs talk about an audience with the elements, about how it takes intense emotion surrounded by the element. It's best to choose an element that fits you emotionally if you want it to accept you, and it's really best to do that in an area already close to the element, which he thinks happens when someone has already an audience there. This can lead to a lot of questions. Tibbs can try to lie his way around normally, but Ether's there, and she nopes him out of that since Tibbs wants to help her help getting an audience with kinetics. That implies that I'm going to have to create a situation where Tibbs has to reveal that he's got not one element, but multiple. Because that's the thing. At the start, Tibbs is going to keep that hidden. Which is going to make things interesting, because I can't think right off the top of my head how I'm going to do that. Because Tibbs is good. Tibbs is very good at using his element, his essence, and not revealing. Like, he's got at this point, near 2.5, no, clearly almost 3 decades at this point. Like, he's a lot of times, a decent amount of time passes in book 3, in book 4. So let's call it 2.5 decades of experience, like subtly using his element to make himself a decent fighter. Yeah, and that also tells me I need to deal with the green stone, because that interferes with essence work. That's gonna be fun. But I think so. Word isn't going to be keeping it from these teens, young adults. They're a little older at this point. Got to put him in a situation where not using is outright failure, but using at least partially success. Well, Tibbs being Tibbs. What I'm going to need to do is engineer a situation where, in this situation, Ether is probably put in trouble, and the only way he's going to have to ensure his survival is to act. That can almost certainly be done with nothing more than a large gang of bandits. Because if Tibbs is going to be subtle, numbers can overwhelm him. Because if he's going to be subtle, he can't just do magic. He has to mask what he does through stuff that would be like, use earth element to make himself stronger so that when he punches, it works well. The problem is he's horrible in hand-to-hand fighting. If he, this is something that I'm having a hard time establish because I can't put Tibbs in a situation where he can't really use his essence. But without his essence, Tibbs is a horrible fighter. I've already established that he can't throw to save his life. He can't even throw to improve it. Like he's horrible at throwing stuff unless he uses essence to control where the item will go. But yeah, like if he has to hide what he can do, then numbers can be enough to put him in a situation where he has to reveal what he can do. And Tibbs being Tibbs, he will not reveal the entirety of it. So he would probably, the first time it happens, he'd probably reveal an element because he's got one. It will almost certainly be water because that is the element he tends to default to. Although in a combat situation, it could be metal. Because he might need to make a sword and stuff, or stuff like that. And at this point, he's as comfortable making sword out of metal than water. Although water is way more visible, so I might stick with water. And the thing is, I might stick with water simply because it's Tibbs, and water has always been an element of him. So I might just do that just to maintain a continuity of that. But yeah, like I'll just have to think of something. To be fair, I would like to avoid a bandit situation. It feels too easy. But I don't know what else it could be in the moment. Something I want to do in this book is get Tibbs in trouble with adventurers. Tibbs avoids adventurers as much as he can. So I need to add a note files. But the thing is, there's something I want to play off with Tibbs, is that Tibbs has magic in him that was put there in book 1 that makes it that runners who were there could always understand each other even though they weren't speaking the same language. And I want to use that at some point for him to reveal what he is to an adventurer by accident. Could make it metal and have him protect her, conjure something, give her a yeah. The thing is, I don't want to give him plausible deniability. When I'll do that, it's going to be a situation where he has no choice but to come clean about having an element. He's going to hide that he's got more than one, but he will not have a choice. So, yeah, jumping in, protecting, making a water shield an ice shield in this case, will probably be something to the effect of what happens. I've been wanting to do that since in the previous book, but I never really had the opportunity slash thought about it. Okay. So yeah, Tibbs is the exception and multiple element. Yeah, this may not come into play, but yeah. And I don't know that Tibbs would want to talk about this. Like this is something that even if at this point Heather knows that he's got more than one element, he's gonna make sure that she doesn't talk about it. That might actually be a point of conflict between them. He doesn't know how to get the spark of life needed to start on this path to show since he only knows the other person who's seen it. Doubt was the key though. With a simple pool of two, it's hard to know which. Yeah. This is. I don't expect that to come into play. Tibbs knows the answer is. He's had audience with multiple elements, so can he have them again? Yes, since he's done it with water before. So while darkness and light have special timing methods, corruption and purity of the table because of how dangerous they are. Earth, water, air, all pretty easy. Set up, and by set up mean having Tibbs have an audience with that element first, and then attempting it behind him. Yeah. Yeah, this may have to change because again, like this is very much anchored on Tibbs revealing he's got more than one element, and that I don't see him willing to do. Like with Heather, if it happens with Heather, it's not going to be on purpose. It's going to be a situation where he's pushed very hard, and they don't have a choice. He doesn't have a choice. The new emotion is what's needed, not near death, but it might become apparent why near death is such a well-known. If one of them wants metal, wood, fever, lightning, well, the first three might be possible, but how do you hit someone with a bolt of lightning? Yeah. We now have fledgling non-adventurers or fledgling runners. Tibbs is the only one who can teach them essence control and thievery. Well, actually, thievery is not true. There's already a thief among them. Heather can focus on actual combat. This is where we can point out Tibbs is kind of shit. Well, yeah, I've tried pointing it out here and there, but like I said, it's not very difficult. It's not very easy since he can always default back to using elements. While some training should be shown, the real question is who is on Tibbs' team, because much as he was wanting to avoid it, Tibbs can now form a team to go into the dungeon properly. On some level, he's the cleric and thief, and they likely have two archers rather than a sorcerer, but it's a team, and they can try clearing this dungeon properly. Enjoy writing that. Oh, he knows me so well. Downtime when not in the dungeon isn't all training for Tibbs. There are no clerics or healing potions, so he's the only healer they have. Thankfully, there are now several places close to the elements where he can recharge his reserve, which might be curious to look at. Now that he can distinguish the two, even when they are linked, if he wants to let them leave or put him in a situation where he's forced to... Wait, what? There are now several places close to the elements where he can recharge his reserve, which might be curious to look at now that he can distinguish the two even when they are linked. If we want to let him leave or not put him in a situation where he's forced to massacre them to leave, we should set him up with a replacement, maybe a fever cleric, which require one of the people wanting fever to go a bit deep in their devotion to fever. He's already there. Leon is... knowing this, I set up Leon in the previous book for this. Okay, I have no idea Oh. Oh, I think this is end. If we want them to let him leave and not put him in this situation where he's forced to massacre them to leave. Okay, yeah. Oh, I see it. Okay, or put him. Yeah, okay. Or would have worked. We should set up a replacement. Yeah, okay. When to play that out, I'm not sure, but it should be set up. Already is. Most like in the previous book, whoever is only cleric will be second. He got his element and not a fighter or what he thought he'd be. Yeah, basically, until this happens, he's going to be the rogue. Leon is very much a scoundrel. Like, he sleeps with everyone in town. Which I think at this point the village will be a town, because when we encountered them initially, it's a village. It will have grown to be a town, small town, but yeah. Time progresses, Tibbs and Dungeon talk, people train. Eventually Tibbs is going to finally hit Lambda again, which means he can do something he's been dying for ages, namely cut off his arm. Yeah, this is bringing back suffusing. Which he's been trying to do since the start of book 4. And I need to figure out how to make it happen. Because Tibbs is in the standard way to do it is to overload your reserve. The problem is that Tibbs's reserve is so large that it can basically be considered infinite. Like, it's not really infinite, but it's got so much space in it that he can't tell when he's close to being full. So right, the reason he hasn't been able to suffuse himself is that he can't get enough essence in his reserve to crack it, to shatter it. But there should be other ways. But I don't know what they are. Like I said, this is what I'm going to have to deal with, because this is part of what needs to happen. Because I'll grow the sucker, infusing himself with purity and reinforcing the infusion with a weave of life and fever. Only planning on the first part, but once he goes for the blade and the other talk him down, he can be talked into covering all his bases. This will probably change in that it's not going to be his idea. Because if Tibbs grows complacent with what he has. It's one of the reasons where most of the discoveries he make will be in combat when he's forced to push himself. Because otherwise, like, yeah, he'll try stuff, like he'll play with etching to do spells and stuff like that. But like dungeons, if he doesn't know he can do something, he tends to not think of it. The real reason to do that here rather than somewhere else is because we can feed the cut arm off and its brand to the dungeon for safe disposal. Tibbs now has some reflection about the future to make. He's a good thing here, better than he ever thought he'd have, but he no longer needs it. Since he no longer has the brand, in the end, the big thing is Heather, or to be exact, Kinetic. He's sticking close to her to learn how to get an audience with Kinetic. Where she goes, he'll likely follow her for the moment, and if she's ranking up again, he knows he has time on his side, so the question is, when will she leave? Soon. She's getting better, and she's been a good teacher to some of the kids. Heather herself has a bit of a plateau, so she thinks it's a good call for her to go investigate the Alpha King, Kinetic King. King, famous for both being an Alpha rank king and being the one guy known to have Kinetic. Yeah, he's not going to be an Alpha. Like, Mainly because I've established in one of the previous books that there's no such thing as an alpha. That beta is as high as anyone has gone yet. I might not even make the king beta. Like, the king is away from the guild. I'm going to have to establish if she's I think it's a woman. If she's someone who went through the guild or not. Being a king, maybe not, because she would have been royalty before. But yeah, this is stuff I'm gonna have to work out when we encounter her and all that. But she may. And actually, you know what? I may have no choice but to make her someone who is not directly affiliated with the guild. Simply because otherwise she would probably force Ether to go through the guild for her training. She might be a little fearful. He tried to kill her to keep her the monopoly, but time is starting to convince her that both paranoia and also that she likely needs him to, as there are things Tibbs doesn't know, even discounting. He's learning about kinetic at the same time she is. With all those revelations done with, the pair gets ready to head off and realize how many things needs to be put in order since they were quickly becoming in charge of this little operation. They have a healer other than Tibbs, so that's a check, but who's going to get the dungeon's opinion on things? How will they continue training, and what about captive dungeon core? Some time spent on that for training. They have the excuse Tibbs and Heather themselves need to get better, or the others will catch up to them. And even beside that, they all have essence now, so they have time, particularly if they are being careful and not just feeding the dungeon to make it grow faster. I will need to address that, because I don't believe while I want the core of the people I've introduced to have survived, some people have to die. Leon needs to survive. I figure his sister and the archer and the fighter. So that's 4. These 4 have to survive. I think those are the only ones I've introduced, named while and all that. But yeah, I also need to establish what happens to the others. Like how those who die in the dungeon, like basically I'm going to have to work out everything about the interaction between the town and the dungeon. I know they're going to keep that secret. But yeah, that's going to be interesting. Whole living longer might not be something they revealed up until this point, so big shock to the system there, probably. Communication is a bit more tricky. It knows the dungeon can just clone dead people, but it might be young enough that any dead person it clones is someone in town it knows. Still, the captive dungeon core might be an example that they don't need to use existing body to speak. And regarding rules and communication, do those rules apply to the helper? Tibbs knows. The thing is, there's not actually any rules about communication because people can't understand dungeons. And because they can't, there's never been because there isn't usually communication between a dungeon and a person. Dungeons don't actually consider people. Some dungeon will consider nothing more than things. Other dungeon do have the respect, but they don't see them as equal, so they don't have they don't feel a need to communicate with them. So there will be there will be a question of, do they need to communicate here? Like, you know, like I can already think of ways that they can communicate even without bodies, even without actual verbal language, because there's the written language, and at least one person there will know how to read. For a little timeout core, well, it hasn't mellowed out yet, but I'm assuming Village Dungeon will let it go with Tibbs, but only with Tibbs, as they need someone who can both keep them in check and fully talk to them. It's upgraded itself to something less squirrely and more large dog-like, since it's learning how to control its the body it's inhabiting. Groups it off, and who knows, might have a tag along. Yeah, no tag along. I kind of figured that the group is large enough as it is. And that's why it's crossed out. Like I when we were talking this over, I went, yeah, no tag along. Group in travel, they have some plans to discuss. They aren't going someplace close and just walk. Using this place was close. And actually, even going to this dungeon will probably not be close. That is something that I've established. There's a lot of traveling happening in the previous book. But the Kinetic King is ways away. Yeah, that's going to be... They need to teleport, which will be easier since Tib doesn't have the brand. Ether isn't stupid. If she uses a platform, the guild will catch wind. She's still alive. Where do you think her father was able to get the crystal from? And she's going to need to... Oh, I think I've got this. I think. Now, only it does complicate some later on, but giving it back on now shows that Heather is a thinker. Dungeons, and Tips is stupid will be part of the harness. And I hope it's good. They travel back near to the dungeon. And Tibbs isn't stupid, so he'll prepare some sort of harness for it in hope. Keep it from running off. I'll retrieve the bracelet. And the dungeon probably runs off, reaches its border. The unexpected reforms of a human body, then... Okay, alright. Okay. All right. This is getting changed. Actually, no, she cannot have it delivered. She needs to deliver this in person. Oh, actually, you know what? Bye. Um. Okay, I need to go back at the start. Um. There we go. All right, we can get back to this. Because what's going to happen here is that he's going back to the dungeon, to the basically the core's dungeon, and he's not going to have a harness because he's not going to realize that that there's still essence there for it to do something with. Like, yeah, as far as he's aware, as far as he's concerned, the dungeon's body, for like a bird, is dead. So so when they go there, like, it's just going to he's just going to go there, and then it's going to transform itself, become a person. All right, traveling again. This time the dungeon, and this time the dungeon, its motivation, which is frankly isn't boring. The them anywhere in fear only serves so much. Yeah, being a dungeon, and adventurers only care if it's a huge monster and it's human. There are flaws, the others will point out, but ultimately even the dungeon only considers this a temporary solution. In the long run, it needs people to live near, to run through, so it needs to learn about people, either to set up a situation like the village they just left, or decide for itself if the guild is really bad, so bad that it can't figure out how to let them discover him. As for why it sticks with Tibbs, gives him, and that's something else I'm going to have to resolve, the interaction between Tibbs and the dungeon. It's not like completely lost its fear of the them. Also, that may not fit because it doesn't know the them. It hasn't encountered the them. All it has are Tibbs. All it has are the knowledge of them that it gained when it ate its helper. And it the dungeon says it, like, it didn't, like, it never, like, all its helper had was secondhand information. People told it about the them and all that. Tibbs confirmed that they're real, but the dungeon has not encountered them. So unless I come up with a way for them to have to deal with the them, I can't think of one, because the them is specifically an enforcer of rules to dungeons. So there's no reason to encounter them outside of a dungeon. The best thing I can think of, if I do want this dungeon, this core to have a fear of them, is for them to encounter a dungeon that's been destroyed by one. Tib has encountered one, but it wouldn't be on purpose, because Tibbs wouldn't see a reason to scare the core. Like, this is something that would happen again by accident. Like, this is something that they would come across. But I have to be careful, because Tibbs has spent a lot of time researching dungeons, places where they might be that the guild doesn't know about, and he's had a hard time finding any that way. So walking across one of them by accident feels a little iffy. But that's if I want to do that. Like, I feel like I want to. Some way that I'm thinking I could make it more plausible is that as part of their travel, they end up in a region Tibbs has never been before, but that he has read about, and that there might be clues in what he read that basically this would have been a place that he was planning on going to eventually to see if there's a dungeon there. They reach the town, and while Tibbs babysit the dungeon, okay, that's been that. Tibbs specialty time, so yeah. What follows isn't a robbery. It's a disaster. That's because they're both too powerful for the law. Local Tibbs could do this alone, but the dungeon isn't just going to wander about, and Tibbs doesn't trust it. Not to be a jackal-level idiot, if left to wander about. Thankfully, they have essence, and Tibbs can teach it to use darkness and air to compensate for its lack of skill. Oh, right! For all intent and purposes, the dungeon is a bit like Tibbs. Now, it can't do things the way Tibbs does. Like, it's not an actual person. But it does have access to all the elements, all the essences. Okay. Fine, this was all... we'll ask why Tibbs didn't use his own metal essence to make gold. And yeah, this I'm going to have to be careful with. Well, actually, not quite. Because I can easily establish that value of metal isn't made of the metal element itself, that it's the interaction with other elements within it. Because I don't... Yeah, I think I'm going to have to go that way, because I don't want just anyone to be able to make gold. Because really, and that might force me to go back to book 4 and make some adjustments. Because I have already touched on part of the value being that advanced metals are more complicated, that they require more essences, but I don't think I've touched on the details of that. So I'll have to look that over and set up come back here. Set up, basically work out how I want it to happen. Because the main thing is that I think multiple element will have to come into play to prevent the random adventurer from making gold. I think I could let them make fake gold, fool's gold kind of thing. But yeah. Tibbs can convert any element to life and then life to metal, of course, both because of the focus to make gold instead of iron and the need to induce purity to make the identical to quains. The experiments aren't going to work for now, but the dungeon is at least entertaining, and the attendant is curious if Tibbs' final evolution... Attendant? Wait. Did we have was the helper still alive? Oh my. Make it all people who can use metal element or be bankers and no. I carry all the money. No. I already have money lenders, money keepers. I already have equivalents for the banking system. I'm not, but yeah, like yeah, no, but yeah, okay. This is I did not remember that when we were working on this, the helper was still alive. Huh. Huh. Very interesting. Um. Oh yeah, no, definitely, and I could see. Okay, you know what? I could see a sequel. Okay, cards on the table. I have ideas for a version of this world set in the future. I basically call right now it's Essence by Gaslight, and my thought would be a Gaslight type area in this world. Like after this series is over, how does the world evolve, and bring them to an era reminiscent of England. And I say England because it's the most visually typical that we have in the area of Gaslight. And one of the and see what the world is like I don't have a story to tell in that world, but I have an idea of the world and I like it. And if I can get ideas, I would like. And in that world, your idea could probably work, because at that point, it would be a more, I don't want to say industrial, but it would be a more organized world. Because one of the elements that I am playing hard in this world, although it's not, screaming on the page, is the feudal aspect of it. Everything's a kingdom. You don't. There's no country. There is no large scale organization beyond the guild. But that's something that will change as the world evolves. So yeah, having people with metal as their element, basically forming the basis of the monetary system, very much can, yeah, I could very much see that happen. If Tibbs is going to be Tibbs' final version, well, it should be a dungeon without a core. Tibbs is unsure, kind of anxious for Heather to show up again. Yeah, this is going to have to change because Tibbs will be going with her. She returned, apologized for the delay, because, like I said, I want a reunion between Tibbs and Quigley. I think, okay, I want it to happen because it's the only way I have of showing how that character has evolved, who he becomes. In his case, the impact of Cross's death, because Cross was not really into their relationship. As far as Cross is concerned, Quigley cheated because she was taking precaution not to become pregnant. And somehow he got her pregnant. And while she did not abort the kid, the relationship between her mother and father was always tenuous. They both love him, and her mother can't really stand her. It's not that she can't stand her father; is that there's a level of resentment there, and Quigley was never able to overcome that. But like I want here and there for Tibbs to reconnect with people from his past. I didn't do it in book 4, and that was a conscious decision. It happens here. There's going to be a reunion with Kumdar. I don't know if it's in this book or the next one. In book 7, Tibbs finally reunites with Jackal, and we will learn what he's become. In short term, that basically the prophecy that he lived under has come true. And we will also reunite with Dawn. The one character... Oh, actually, no. Yeah, in book 4, Tibbs... Well, it's not really a reunion, but Tibbs comes across Alistair, his old teacher. So I did do it in book 4. But yeah, the one character that at this time I have no intention, no need for Tibbs to reconnect with is Mezzano. As book 2 and 3 happen, there's a distance that happens between Tibbs and Mezzano that makes not seeing him again not that big of a deal for me. I mean, some aspect makes me go, I should, because it is probably it would probably be interesting to see who Mezzano has become. Is he the kind of noble that he proclaimed noble should be, or did he become just another noble? I don't know. But yeah. So basically, this is going to be on the page and all that. Kick her ass off, okay, to free his daughter. The group is set out, have the scene dungeon, getting to the teleportation circle, and then they are gone. How easy would it be for the dungeon to figure out how this works? So the group arrives to a new town, including the assistant. Okay, well, that, again, like the assistant no longer exists. First order of business is isn't to march up to the castle of an audience using Ether's eyes as proof. Local mental sorcerer, so Tibbs and Ether can understand the local language. This will definitely be for Ether's. Okay, this is going to be interesting. This is going to be really interesting. Actually, no. Well, because this is going to be touching on a detail I've never touched on before. It's sort of been implied as being there, but I've never actually touched on it. How do people who travel a lot go about learning other languages? Tibbs does it the old-fashioned way. He learns. Tibbs is a polyglot at this point. He knows a lot of languages. Ether won't be. And this is a situation where Tibbs is willing to take the time, she won't. So yeah, that I like this. I like that this is about. This is going to allow me to expand the world building. Is there anything about conjured elements that signifies it as being conjured, like a signature left behind from the magic? Yes. A magically made element will only have one element in it. There's an exception to that, but on the whole, if for example, a metal user makes themselves a sword, the sword will be pure metal essence, while an ordinary sword will have all the element in it. Mostly metal, but a bit of everything, because all the elements are part of the world. Everything is made of all the elements. It's just the proportions, the weave within that. So an object made through magic will only have that element in it. And it will be structured in a way that is unnatural to any who can sense that element. The one exception to that is sorcerers, because in their training, sorcerers teach themselves how to sense the other elements. They'll never be great at it, but they can manipulate the other element, and they're the only class who can use all the elements. They just cannot have reserves of it. So they carry stones, mana crystal, for lack of a better word. I just call them reserves. Each will have different element in it, but they can pull with that. They can make very complex spells. But because they can play with multiple elements, a sorcerer can recreate an object that no one will be able to tell has been conjured. So yeah, okay, cool. This is going to be fun. Then get out. Sorcerer got an element who shows mental, then got out of the game because, while not ambitious work, he'll play. But yeah, this is going to let me establish something like that. And the thing is, it's going to be expensive. Dungeon is very curious about how this process works, and will go last so it can observe it being used on Tibbs Nether and figure out if they can allow it to be used on them. Solve the gold issue, have all currency gold slightly diluted by their mint, so they're not pure gold. Silver, something like. If you mean in the future world, in the Gaslight world, yeah, I'm not like. I'm not really thinking that far ahead. I still have 5, 6, 7, 8, 9. I still have 6 books to write in this series. So, but yeah, there would be something, there would be something set up so that the gold, so that the money can be identified as authentic. And because of what I know of that world, because I already know stuff from that world, it will probably be more in how the coin is made rather than stuff like diluting the gold. The gold are going to be crafted in a very specific way. And that way will identify where the coin is from. And it will be complex enough that it will be very difficult to recreate. Ether has a whole process in front of her of seeking a royal audience without drawing too much fanfare, which needs to happen soon since all town people in this town know what her eyes mean. Tips wants to scout. What I might do here with that is that while Ether starts the process of seeking the audience, the king might end up seeking her out. And probably, it would probably happen in such a way that it makes it highly uncomfortable because, royal guards and all that. Just like on the issue brought up about metal elementalists being restricted on what they can conjure. Yeah, that's fine. I never have issues with people thinking about my stuff. Steb wants to scout things first. He will not ask permission, though he will need to convince the dungeon to stay behind. Tough sell, and there is even some trial to get assistant. Yeah, this gets shut down hard. Tibbs needs to find something more interesting for the dungeon to do here that will keep it busy and have no clue in a vacuum, maybe just standing around watching the attendant work. For teleportation circle, well, need it maybe in the long term to learn them, so throwing in some work can't hurt. Tibbs infiltrated the castle, working his way. Far from defenseless, but it's not like he's trying to make it into the vault. A series of events end up in the throne room. However, he ends up meeting the Alpha King, the big bad, and his guild persona, are having a discussion where we see that even someone who is rank Alpha can't throw weight around with the guild, despite the guild not having any Alpha members. Tibbs will leave and get called out by the assistant. There's been a problem as the dungeon has been kidnapped because, of course he has. Gonna have to engineer this a little differently, but yeah. While the question of why and how are higher on Tibbs' mind, the author needs to respond to this too, and either the dungeon is going to underestimate what can kill it, or it will do the opposite and destroy a large chunk of the surrounding neighborhood, defending itself. Follow the assistance, yeah, the race to rescue. I can almost certainly use Tibbs' ability to sense at this point to find the dungeon. The big difference will be that he will be going in thinking that the dungeon disobeyed him, that they just that they just quote unquote wandered off, and when he finds it, realize that eventually they reach the structure in question, and it turns out that yes, the dungeon is not taking the thing seriously. In fact, it's starting to look bored, which might be worse than the people threatening to hurt it if it doesn't sit quiet and wait for the person they are trying to ransom him to get there. Okay. This implies I need to set up a situation with, that would lead someone to think Tibbs has money. I already have how that happens because, as I mentioned before, paying to learn the language will be expensive. What I think I'm going to do as a bit of a twist is that they are not trying to contact Tibbs, they are trying to contact Ether. Whoops. No, okay. So, which is out of town, way out of town. Yeah, I mean, you can be chasing them. Eventually reach a structure. In fact, it's starting to get bored. Alright. Thankfully, it's just bad guys, the dungeon, the assistant, so Tibbs will be able to handle them. Until someone else shows up. The someone else is the big bad in Charlie's form. It's not thief form, but yeah. Maybe let's up the ante by having them showing an element. And okay, what is the comment here? Tips. Yeah, that was me overthinking things. Yeah. I to fool any old person, particularly there are technical tips, so the fact that the element can be gained outside normal acceptance. Okay, so I don't. We did not settle on what he might have as an element. It won't be Earth, because that would be too close to Jackal. Since Charlie is a fighter, he's a thug. I figure metal is probably the best. Not the best. the most credible element the big bad would give himself as part of this. In any case, there's someone Tibbs isn't willing to kill, so Tibbs can't reveal his elements in the moment, meaning he sucks up. Yeah, and this is going to be the place where Tibbs doesn't have, can't just go magic user on the bad guys, because Charlie does not know Tibbs as an element. And Tibbs is going to preserve that. I think what I'm going to have to do to help that is that someone among the bad guys will have a green stone. And the why I need that is that, again, as I mentioned before, Tibbs is very good at subtle use of essence. But the green stone interferes with that, which means that he's back, he's relegated to being a normal person. And as a normal person, Tibbs is a horrible fighter. Like, he knows the basics, but he's always like he's had his elements for so long that it's simply how he fights. Every time that he ends up fighting, having to fight without his elements, he always tells us, okay, I need to learn, I need to train myself without it, and he never does. Yeah, well, okay, there we go. I guess I had already thought that way. Heather will show up with the guy. We delivered the ransom message to her all tied up on a leash, a little late to the party, but all happens because someone saw her and tried to lure her to a trap. The sword sight and motivation. Yeah, okay. Introductions are made. Heather isn't too thrilled to see it. Charlie. With or without an element, but she isn't in a position to arrest him for crimes they committed several kingdoms over, and of which she has no proof of. And at this point, she's not arresting Tibbs, so she's got very little ground to stand on when she, if she wants to try to arrest Charlie. Conversation isn't all handled at the big crime scene. There are perfectly good taverns they can go back to, but yeah. Big Bad claim is that he saw Tibbs in a rush and decided to follow him, which is good since there are way too many people for someone like Tibbs to fight on their own. Heather might be confused by that, but when and if it can be explained is left to the you. Now, yeah, one of the thing one of the things that I want is, at no point does Charlie, the persona, become aware that Tibbs has elements. This is something that, as far as Charlie is concerned, and that's something that Tibbs, this is something that Tibbs wants to maintain. Okay, we'll have our audience with the king. Okay, I'm going to write this here so I remember. Because no matter how long no more it turns out, she's got a fast pass card in her back pocket. Whether we see it in person, we will. I got a recap. Leave it at yeah. I want as much as possible to put everything on the page with tips present. So whenever possible, I will try very hard to get tips involved. It's easy enough to say Heather gets accepted for training, if not outright enlisted as a squire. She might not agree to that, but I mean she's gonna get training, that's for sure. There is some watching Heather train, because whether she's invited to learning more about the element, big for Tibbs, going to observe, and for learning about her element, there's a lot of physical training going on, like, oh lord. Well, you know, kinetic is the kinetic. I believe it's now called force. So yeah, it's very much a. Heather is far from a pushover just from inheriting her parents' techniques, but it reminds Tibbs that training is more than just being better rogue, better at his essence. He also needs to work on fighting. But where to do that? That's where we set up the next step. While Tibbs ponders if doing another scholar run just to research where to train fighting would be worthwhile. Possibly the possible hit to Heather's trust would cost him. Yeah, that might not be entirely valid anymore. Or, All right, let's go back to this. Let's go back to the sorcerer. Let's go back to the sorcerer. All right. So this is, this is the thing. Heather is not poor. Her father is fairly high within the guild. And I think that will probably be something of a conflict between the two of them. How loose Tibbs is with getting money, and Heather's desire to obey the rules. So I can go back here. It's got to run to fight worthwhile, as well as her trust and cost him. Friend, of course, but trust him not as a friend, but as a mark. Obviously, it doesn't help that the big bad is rubbing in how much Tibbs sucked in a fight, and eventually Tibbs will snap and ask how is someone without essence supposed to fight off so many people at once. We can finally drop knowledge of the monster. At this point, it won't be a reveal, because it's already been mentioned. Like, again, knowing this was coming, I've already set up Charlie, and his use of martial arts. And he's already explained a little bit of how it how he learned it. Like, he did not go to the monastery, like the way I explained it in Charlie's case. And keeping in mind that it's Charlie that is the big bad making stuff up, well, based on some stuff that's real, is that he saw a practitioner giving demonstration, and while the demonstration came with too much philosophy for his liking, like, he watched and he practiced and he became, he picked up a few things here that makes him a decent hand-to-hand fighter, better than the typical thug. Which, since he's hand-to-hand and not weapons, is going to make it interesting. And I think from the big bad point of view, it would make going with metal as an element more realistic, because it's not an element that would outright help a hand-to-hand fighter. Like, it would be much more helpful to a weapons fighter. It was a little dubious, as it almost feels too good to be true. The research shows it's not quite as good as The Thief Let On. The place is real. May as well be a legend. People try to find it and fail. Those who find it are sworn to secrecy. I may not go quite that movie-ish. Just because it's too movie-ish. Like, it's going to be remote. It is going to be a place that is not easy to access. It is going to be on a mountainside. It will take some prep to leave, letting Heather know he won't be in town, which was actually great, since he won't be robbing at least in town while she's busy. Also seeing if the dungeon is on board, which of course it is, and there's the big bad person on the... Wait a minute. Oh, I've got the big bad here, the dungeon here. And okay, yeah, and there was, in the initial thought, and again, like that, this is my co-scriptor writing all of that, and what ends up being stricken out is simply that while we were talking, I went, no, this is not going to work. And, because, the big bad has an agenda. Like, the big bad is not sending Tibbs there for him to learn how to fight. And this is stuff that came to me well after the fact. But I still didn't want him there. Like, I didn't want Charlie there for him, if nothing else. The big bad has stuff to do, and this would be too long to be with Tibbs. But the reason he is sending Tibbs there is that he needs Tibbs to gain mind as an element inside a dungeon, so that he will not gain the protection, the immunity to that element that comes from gaining it outside of a dungeon. This is the cost of using a dungeon as a shortcut to getting an audience. The person does not. Now, this only affects people like him and the big bad. Normal people do not gain an outright immunity to their element. They become more resistant to it because they can control when it's used against them. But Tibbs is simply immune to it. Like, you plant a dagger in his heart, you will cut his shirt, you will pull it out, and there won't be anything on his flesh because he's utterly immune to that. You do the same thing with a branch and you're gonna kill him because he got his wood audience within a dungeon. Same with fire, same with purity. So those are the three elements at this point that he is not immune to. And I need to keep that in mind because I keep forgetting every so often. I don't think I've ever forgotten with fire, but I forgot with wood. Like, at one point, I had Tibbs punch a wooden door hard because he's pissed at himself and he doesn't get hurt. And my co-scriptor went, no, he should get hurt. He's not immune to wood. And I went, oh, right, fix that. But yeah, the big bad's not there because he's got stuff to, like, he's got life. He has multiple personas active across the world, and while he can move from one to the other easily, he has to move, which means that he would have to explain to Tibbs why he's going away, and so he's just not traveling with him. Much traveling. I don't know what I'm going to do during those travels, if I'm going to do anything. They'll reach the mountain. They think there's a path. Again, like, I probably won't be playing it this way. Like, there's going to be a town. There's going to be the monastery. Basically, I'm going to play it as things being ordinary. The one element that will happen is sometime before Tibbs is close enough, he's going to get a headache. And, that is, while it's not been told anywhere, if people pay attention to, that is when somebody is using mind on him. Because a dungeon needs to hide what it is. And that means it needs to alter his perception. And, because it's very strong in the mind element. But yeah, the big thing is that this will be written as ordinary. There will be a strong Asian inspiration, mainly because that's all I gotta go by. Like, I will not make it Asian. The people there will not be Asian, but there will be a strong inspiration. Like I will pull from martial art movies and that kind of stuff as, the feel of the place. I'm hoping to not make it so that people go, oh yeah, he's stealing from martial art movies. But like that's Tibbs is learning martial art, and it comes with a philosophy, and yeah. So yeah. They reach the base of the mountain. There still something does appear, even off. No one insists they can put a finger on it, but it's both familiar and very different. And since the dungeon is there, I am going to have to make a decision here. Because the mind dungeon cannot hide what it is from this. The group climbs. It's difficult. Okay. The person. Yeah, this is going to be like, this may no longer be there. Like, I don't know. It's interesting. In my memory of this, the dungeon wasn't there. Like, but yeah, like, it makes sense that it still be there, because at this point, there's no way Tibbs would trust the dungeon to just walk off. But I think after this, like, I don't know what's in there. Like I said, I don't remember. But I think after this, it'll probably be where the dungeon and Tibbs part ways. Because, the dungeon will have been with an older dungeon. Like, this is the thing. Like, this dungeon is ancient. Because they're never to stand there, not a problem at all, which is weird that he stepped about it. Still, Tim's as an objective. They get lodging and see what it takes for the cemetery. Alrighty. There's a wandering dungeon. We'll head to the monastery, and it's easy to get into the entrance hall. It requires evaluation. Tips get there. Yeah, at this point, like, this is very much going to be me off the cuff. Now, the thing is, the dungeon knows Tibbs is there, knows what Tibbs is, knows why he's here. It even knows what the plan is, because the big bad had a conversation with him ahead of time. So, okay, so, and I don't know if it's going to be as much of a test, like, again, I don't know how I'm going to address this. Like, I want one of the element I will play off is that Tibbs is very cognizant of what he doesn't know, and he respects others with knowledge. So he will not go into this cocky. He will not be going into this with, you know what, teach me what you know. He will be going into this, I want to learn. And he will be, this is the thing, like, he is honest in his desire to learn. Like, he may very well have problems with what he's being taught. Like, if something doesn't make sense to him, he balks. And like I said, there's a lot of philosophy in how the teaching happens. So that's definitely so that that's different. Like I said, like, I have the sense of how this will go, but I can't really say it. I can't explain it. But yeah, there's going to be time there, training. I don't know. I don't know how I'm going to handle that aspect as well. I'm not sure if I'm going to go that way. That, the inner monastery isn't safe, because again, I want to play it as ordinary. And what will happen is Tibbs getting tricked into it. I think what I'm going to do is that the inner monastery is vast. It's built within the mountain, and it will be explained as something, as a way of meditating, that people basically meditating while in motion, because that's going to be a big difference, because I'm going to bring back oneness, which is a meditation technique Tibbs learns in book 3, and he never stuck with it, but the meditation here is different. It's very much about oneness, is about being aware of the inside while interacting with the outside. This is about being aware of the outside while focusing on the inside, literally the reverse of oneness. And as far as he's going to be told, and this might be true, like, I don't know, oneness is an offshoot of the teaching that happens here. That one of the students left and brought what they had learned, and it became what is now known as oneness. But yeah, like this, and basically, I'm going to set up that the inside of the monastery is used as a meditation place / technique, that people walk. Marathon monk, I believe we have them in our world, something like that. Like they just walk the halls, and in that process, the halls seem infinite. It seems like they always go on, and like there's something like, and that is the process with which Tibbs will be overwhelmed and will have his audience and something, and after the audience, meditation, not medication. We are not giving Tibbs medication. Meditation is something he knows. Time passes more concept to introduce. Yeah, again, like I want this to be significant. Like I don't want this to be a one chapter thing. I want this to be significant. I want Tibbs to have difficulty because standing still is not something Tibbs does a lot. But this will play more into that because it's meditation in motion. It's going to be it's going to be that it's not that he can't run. Is that, it's not quick motion. It's motion. Roof fronts. Yeah. Wandering Dungeon only visits Tibbs within the chamber connected to the entrance hall because, of course, that's all where he's allowed to go. Yeah. Like I said, I'm going to have to figure things out. But I think what's happening behind the scene here is that the dungeon is learning about what it means to be a dungeon, what it really means to be a dungeon from an ancient dungeon. Like this is where this dungeon will grow. This is where this dungeon will decide who he become. They. Although, it'll be interesting. I don't know what physical form they're going to take. Like how visually gendered they will be. I kind of figure that they'll be Ken doll-ish, sort of, because, well, actually, maybe not, because, probably not, because they have patterns, like they know what people look like, so while they may not understand, well, actually, no, they have knowledge. So yeah, he's even going to know about sex. Huh. Interesting. Okay, well, that'll be interesting. Is Tibbs going to be pissed? Tibbs is going to be pissed. Because he's going to be with someone, yet again, who has no problem talking about his sex life. Although in this case, Tibbs is going to have a bit more ammunition when he wants the dungeon to shut up. Watching the other train gets idea Tibbs will eventually be aiming for. They don't just train with their bare mind, but you need someone competent with weapons to train how to use your bare mind. Yeah, this is not a hand-to-hand monastery. It's a combat monastery. But it's all about the body being the weapon, and anything else you use as an extension of that weapon. Weeks turns into months. Yeah, because I do not want this to be quick. Like, Tibbs is not a genius. What makes Tibbs good is his willingness to stick with it. Weeks turn into a month. Tibbs gets better, needs a bit of development and moderation with the various people who are in the routine. He's building before, shakes things up with getting his audience, which comes in the next bullet point. In meditation, doing in the one place he's actually relaxed enough not to paint the roof. Yeah, this is going to change. This again, like it's going to be within the halls. I will probably throw puzzles as things to force the people there to stay focused while having to think. That's probably going to be the excuse for the puzzles. And, they'll be there because, dungeon. I will be right back. Meditation doesn't want to stay. Appreciate, but practice different from what Dunn taught him. The end, objectively, just thinking about everything at the cost of your reflexes. The end is objective to eventually think while active, which is something Tibbs can get behind because he's practicing being reactive and meditating at the same time. So it does actually. Tibbs as his audience with mental, likely have some ideas what it will be like. Yes, I do. Probably not dying once he wakes up. Well, okay, because of the way I've changed it, that will be fairly simple because he's going to be in a corridor. But yeah, the way I'm going to have the audiences play on the fact that one of the things that comes with mental is total recall. After this, I will not be able to lie, to have Tibbs misremember stuff. That's going to be really interesting on my part. Because I really make use of, that is really something I love to make use of. But, yeah. Alright, even with a new element, things almost stay the same. Why would it change right away? Even with the dungeon knows what happened, we won't really know how bad it is until Tibbs crosses path. Well, at this point, this is going to happen a little quicker because Tibbs might be immune, might not have an immunity to mind, but he'll be able to see the element. And the thing is that I will not be playing this as the dungeon being surprised by this happen. It's part of the plan. So when Tibbs reveals all of that, it will, like the dungeon will simply be okay, this is what happened. The twist, I guess, I'm going to be playing is that I will introduce the headmaster, which is very old, and while I will have that person take part in some of the training, most of it will be relegated to someone who's younger. And that younger someone will be the actual avatar of the dungeon. Because that's the thing, is that this dungeon, instead of having its core in a hidden chamber somewhere below its 10th floor, is walking among them. I mean, it is informative, as if only the core. Sorry, if only because the core is nice. Tibbs is still abundant question. This is an old dungeon. Like, there will be a little bit of conflict, mainly in Tibbs being miffed. Like, come on, like you couldn't be upfront with me about all of this, and that kind of stuff. Maybe not Dawn of the World old, but it's old even back then. Yeah, like this is one of the council. This dungeon is one of the council, although it's not active on it. Like, basically, it decided a long time ago it was going to do its own thing. The rest of the world could go do its one. Like, it lost interest in being involved. It didn't quite agree on the system implemented. It was wise enough to know the system was best for bad options, while also powerful enough it could not just obey and not be destroyed. Not that a few of the more persistent ones don't still try to this day. In any case, it's a dungeon, a place where people come to train, get stronger. So what really changes for Tibbs from this point on? Time passes, changes that this is a dungeon, meaning Tibbs can actually rank here if he tries hard enough. And approaching the 2-year mark. 2 since he's been able to suffuse himself. Okay. And he's experimenting only actually using them as part of his downtime still. Might be a problem once he's mastered every single part of his channel with every single element and element combo, because that's the thing he can do now. Couldn't be book 3. A problem that just doesn't know anything about the higher rank. He actually has a point where he needs to consider moving on. Down the depth of the monastery, Tibbs finds some sealed chamber guarded by attendant, sort of in place within the dungeon where things can be materialized. Tibbs is let in a very particular one where sealed chamber. Find a monastery dungeon. I don't care about virtual dungeon chamber where they'll find the monastery dungeon and the wandering dungeon and training. Not fighting training, at least not today, but refinement on the intricacies of creating life. Wandering attendant and one of the other monastery attendant are off the side conversing, and that's not going to happen. Maybe even playing a casual game of champion to pass the time. I think he was referring to my version of chess, but maybe not. I don't know. Tibbs will walk. We'll talk with them about the plan, the reason why. The wandering dungeon is I will be staying with him. Okay, so I've already resolved that. No matter the answer, the next point remains the same. One of the thing I want, like, I don't know if I'm going to have this or in this form. Because, you know, once Tibbs realizes he's in a dungeon, I don't think the wandering dungeon there'll be a reason to hide that he's been learning from the dungeon. So that this may be more in quote unquote the open. One of the things that I want to happen is Tibbs to find out that the dungeon sends out recreation of the people in the monastery who don't survive the dungeon. Because that's another thing. Once the dungeon is no longer masking Tibbs's perception, he will realize that everybody that is training here, one, is real. They're actual people, but their essence is getting stronger. Like, they're not gaining an element because they're not going for audiences, but they are toughening up the way runners do. Because ultimately, that is what they do. And when one of them doesn't survive, when one of them wanders into the dungeon for their meditation and doesn't come back, the dungeon creates a copy of that person. And that person then leaves the dungeon as someone who then gives demonstration. Basically, they are the people who go out and recruit. So it's sort of it's how the dungeon brings people to it. A variation, a less nasty way, equivalent to what the Wandering Dungeon was doing. The Wandering Dungeon was sending out creatures to capture and drag people back to it. Now, granted, once they were there, it wasn't about running, it was just about killing them and absorbing them, which is why Tibbs put his foot down. But yeah, these people go out, demonstrate and they are, for all intents and purposes, the person that was there. Like, they're a copy of that person. They're just not an actual living person. And, they go out, they give demonstration, and people get interested and eventually come. It's also, there's also the fact that this dungeon doesn't need runners anymore. Like, it's old enough. All right. Tibbs leaving is more than just walking out the door. He's been there for like 2 years, and aside from those who are secretly attendants, most of those here are considered that a long time, that long amount of time. There is a bit of a discharge ceremony for their benefit, and yeah, that's probably how it's going to be handled. That Tibbs is going to be sent out, as far as everybody's concerned. I'm also probably going to try to, it may not be in the first draft, but I'll try to give these people personalities. again, like they're people. I don't want them. While I'm not going to go out of the way and name each and every one there, Tibbs is someone who makes friends. So, still all positive, and in the end, Tibbs will leave this place and start on a new plan, which first involves stealing a good sum of money because training the elements isn't cheap to pay. Yeah. Few casually impossible heists later, Tibbs is ready to do something that almost as difficult as anything he's ever done before: throw money at the guild. Because while there are other options, they all require some degree of loyalty. The guild, they just want gold. So Tibbs needs to choose an element and look literally, and a look literally, and you look, as while Tibbs doesn't have a brand anymore and the guild is huge, he doesn't trust that his luck that much. Luck's not a thing. Thankfully, with the new elements and 2 years of off-screen practice, shapeshifting is an option. I might not put all of it on screen, but I will once the idea of cutting his hand off and regrowing it so that he no longer has the brand, shapeshifting is definitely something I'm going to have him play with. It's not going to be an easy thing. At least not until he can suffuse himself. Suffusing himself with fever, I figure, will make his body malleable. You mentioned involving a mixture of fever and purity. I don't think purity is involved. Fever is the element of the body. Purity is the blueprint. Yeah. Well, at this point, I'm not sure how we're going to do this. Might also use mental in a dungeon. In addition to in the dungeon, letting the dungeon teach him the concept of a catalog, so he can save base form and all that. Well, yeah, this is sort of where eidetic memory comes into play. Designing what he sees as a young brother to Jackal form. He'll be using that in his mission. I'm unsure. Probably. I think what will end up happening is that this shape-shifted form will look a lot like his younger self. Because, a younger, like maybe, Caucasian skin. Because Jackal is Caucasian. But yeah. Because, Tibbs is Jackal's younger brother. Like, Jackal has been his older brother from not quite when they met, but not long after that. Basically, pretty much when Tibbs told Jackal about his quest for more elements, that is kind of when Jackal became the older brother. Jackal saw him as the younger brother a little further down the road, but Tibbs kind of Tibbs has been looking for a family. Had been looking for a family pretty early on at that point. Tibbs figures out what his story is going to be, what his cover name will be in that city, and what city he will contact the guild looking for a trainer. He almost gets to the building itself, but he's stopped by someone who talks about it another way. Doesn't have any light on his word and is swirling with darkness. Yeah. Not grifter, less likely to be bandit. He could be a frontman for the bandit. He's kept dark for less sense user. But if anything is possible, the fringe makes Tibbs more curious. It's not like Tibbs' money is going to be going anywhere anytime soon. I might... Wrong direction. I might play this in a slightly different order. I might have him gather the money after he sets out to make contact with the guild. And then this would become a way for him something to investigate, and if it doesn't work out, he can just go back to the theft and stuff like that. Well, we'll see. The guys are representative of King points against him right there. I'm not sure, because this is the thing, like, Tibbs has issues with nobility, with a few exceptions that he has trouble admitting to. Every encounter he's had with nobles have been antagonistic, all the way back from his street, which is where it starts. Thing is, kings aren't nobility. Kings are on a level above that. Kings are so big that they're not even things Tibbs think about. So I might not go like that. But yeah. This king is willing to give wit element user a job away from the danger of the dungeon. A true statement, almost surprising. Sales pitch goes on and on. Tibbs is about learning, and he knows from his time with Alistair how adventures are set in their way, but how much should be. So Tibbs will investigate and learn what he can. Worst case scenario, he'll disappear and never use this face again. Travel to the kingdom in question, and right out the gate, the place is curious. It's well kept, which isn't that unusual right near the transportation platform, but things start very high quality and stay that way as they move through the town. And Tibbs will notice some darkness and light element user among the guards, and it's only when he notices this that Tibbs notices that eye covering actually is part of the guard uniform here. Okay, so covering the eyes. Google goggles and stuff like that is something, because especially with Tibbs being able to use two elements, that makes his eyes not only distinctive but impossible, because no one can have more than one element. And until he has mind, it's always if he uses an element, it's visible. So me and my co-scripter were sort of throwing ideas around of, well, what if he puts tinted glasses? Which then made me go, are glasses a thing in this world? And I decided no. And, then if Tibbs were to put something over his eyes, it now draws attention in of itself. So this could be where eye covering is introduced. I mean, ultimately, it's at that point it's going to be irrelevant. But yeah, I also sort of floated the idea of blind fighting, since Tibbs can sense people's essence. I haven't exactly resolved it yet. Could be something he learns at the monastery. Eye covering is part of the guard's uniform, which makes a strange amount of sense. That guard would get away with that, at least if it actually is the uniform. Their essence density is weak. In any case, Tibbs gets better get used to sight of things like this as they are heading towards the castle. Tibbs enters the castle and his escort asks where he can find someone, and the direction are given. Crafting courtyard. The courtyard, Tibbs will see many lesser essence users all practicing certain craft, but approaching it differently based on their element. More curious than the various essence is the diversity of ethnicities. Tibbs never noticed until he left Craggle Rock. Outside dungeon towns and some caravans, large group of people tend to be mono-ethnic. That might not be quite as true the way I wrote things anymore, but yeah. Escort will explain that the local king discovered the existence of low-level essence users decades ago, and they set about gathering them and allowing them to excel decades ago. When they do find who the guy was looking for, it's the king themselves, and there wasn't a kinder, more cheerful elderly person ever. Okay. If I'm going elderly here, the kinetic king will probably be a woman. King is old. For this to be going on for a while, they kind of have to be. Yep. And while the crown prince has taken over day-to-day management, the kingdom certainly recognizes the power of the legacy their parents left him, and this lower-ranked user project. The king takes advantage of this time transfer of power to get the nitty-gritty of the projects. After all, he's fascinated with essence. Conversation with the king, and I already have an idea of who this person is. Maybe I had when we talked this over. Hopefully it'll come back. Aside from the idea that they are likely older than I originally imagined, probably. Won't add much else. He wants to win Tibbs over, turning his little initiative rather than going to the guild. Finding essence without being guided is rare. It takes the exact right personality to come across the exact right situation. But the world is huge and made small by the void attendant. Tibbs is a little curious and ponders how much he could try to learn from these people. Before moving on, when he notices one person in the crowd, more common element catches him, and the element he just doesn't recognize. Potential. Right. I've made some changes here, so he cannot recognize the element because he doesn't have it. Okay. One of the more obscure elements, going to element, Tibbs doesn't heard in passing. At this point, he knows a bit more about it because when we wrote this, the fact that Tibbs' research was very much not a theory. Like, I simply did not understand what the impact of that would be. Like, what would it mean that Tibbs research? And what it means is that he knows a lot now. And he knows as much about the elements as scholars have gathered. And scholars have gathered a lot. Not a lot of it exactly true, but there's a lot of information there. So Tibbs will know more about potential than with someone the element. There's no element. Location makes location closer to the element and therefore easier to have an audience. So Tibbs has an objective other than observing these people, seeing technique, and more importantly, even the guild doesn't. While Tibbs has a routine he establishes during these new operation, he doesn't need to be shown, only told. I'm probably going to show some of it. The real story here is getting close to potential person. Well, killing boredom, after all, right behind fire, lightning, Tibbs would be well suited for. It's during one of these boredom moments that he'll be spying on an audience between the crown prince and a representative for the guild. This kingdom might have a secret operation, but they still have to deal with the guild. The rep is the big bad, since he totally knows his operation and considers traveling here officially a time-saving effort in checking in on while making sure the guild persona stays alive. And this time he notices Tibbs, and while pleased that Tibbs picked up mental in the dungeon, he's more curious than he figured out shape-shifting on his own. So we'll be paying Tibbs a visit soon. Tibbs is having trouble getting the potential person to open up. At least on the detail he wants to know. A lot of these people don't realize they had an audience when they did. But they know it retrospectively, so there must be something else. Another perspective, what is going to spy? That's when they be sorry. Why? Because we back at the persona to be cheerful, notice them. See looks, kung fu punch, happy person. Tibbs would open up. Exactly the type Tibbs needs to help squeeze a mark for information. Oh, this here might be stretching credibility. Charlie showing up again. Oh, this could be fun. What if instead of Charlie, it's Jeremy? Oh. And I think what would make it even more fun is that is that neither of the people would have a reason to know who the other one is. Because Tibbs will have forgotten about Jeremy by then, and Tibbs doesn't look like himself. And that's actually why Charlie wouldn't work here. Because Tibbs doesn't look like himself. Oh, yes, I like this. I like this. I think I doesn't know Tibbs going first. Somebody changing will be I'm going to this is going to be Jeremy now. This is not going to be Charlie. And the one thing that it will let me do is, my hope is that by now people will have picked up on the fact that there is something else going on. And bringing Jeremy back, I think, will sort of sort of explain his behavior in early book 4. Okay, so this will not need to happen, because this is the thing I realized. This is the other reason why the big bad sends Tibbs to the mine dungeon. Because at this point, the big bad knows why Tibbs is set on revenge. Because he's got mind, and he's been reading Tibbs's mind, and he can see Tibbs, that's a memory that's imprinted in Tibbs very, very deeply. So he knows about all of that. The problem the big bad has is that he doesn't know where Tibbs is from, because Tibbs doesn't know as either. Tibbs doesn't have what he remembers of his streets are walls, buildings. There's nothing distinctive that can tell the big bad where Tibbs is. By forcing him, by arranging for him to get mined, he gets total recall, so that the next time the big bad asks Tibbs about his past, well, now when Tibbs thinks about it, he will see very clearly everything. It's not going to mean much to Tibbs, because, it's still just a city skyline. But it will give the big bad the details he needs to pinpoint where Tibbs is from, and finally start working on the aspect of turning Tibbs to the dark side. Well, it's not really the dark side. It's not good versus bad. It's turning him to his side. I mean, we call him the big bad simply because ultimately he's an opponent, an antagonist to Tibbs, but he doesn't really do anything bad until later. Like at this point, like if I were to list the things he's done, he's probably done more good than bad. The reasons might be very self-motivated, but and Tibbs will really disagree with how little the big bad has done with all the power he has, but that will be dealt with later. Tibbs will get the information he needs, and the big bad will scoot off to see if. Yeah, I think this works better if it's Jeremy than Charlie. Tibbs prepares for a long journey. This will be in out of the way places where only obscure researchers and desperate treasure hunter go. And we mean desperate as most of all treasure from the dead researchers and treasure hunter. Okay. So now I need to ask myself a question. What the hell was that person doing there? That they had an audience there. And, that's part of the fun for me. Like, we set this up, okay. And actually reject. I think this touches a bit on what we encountered in your... Sorry, maybe, or it might have been Kulimp. But, this is what we set up. But a consequence of that is that Tibbs gets the information from someone who was there. If this is so out of the way that only the desperate go there, now I need to figure out why would the person Tibbs got the information from have gone there? What were they seeking there? Which means what kind of person are they? And again, like for me, that is very much part of the fun. Having this little bit of detail and going, oh, wait. Now I need to make everything make sense, because it's very, and I will not use the big bad for this. Like, this is not the big bad passing himself off as somebody just to give the information. No, this is a real person who, for some reason, went there and through a set of circumstances had an audience. So I wonder if there'll be a dungeon, but it's a place close to one of the elements. That alone might be a cause. Corruption was volatile element after all. He'll see when he gets there. Tibbs done that since his training. Bodies are targeted, not work traveling. What? I think we should have him run afoul of bandits, because it's been a while and we haven't. Why does it feel like stuff got deleted? For anyone big or anything. Okay, I'm gonna check if I actually deleted stuff or if this is actually so that is 226.23, pretty top. No, it's in here. Interesting. Interesting. The thing about gathering the amount of gear Tibbs was going just doesn't go unnoticed by certain people. Tibbs could use the exercise and not even need to use his assets to take them out. The comment about not having run afoul of bandits for a while, that may no longer be true because I may have him run afoul of bandits before that. If this happens or not will almost certainly depend. Well, if it happens on the page, will almost certainly depend on if I can do something with it. Because that's one of the things that I do. Like, I'm not going to write a fight unless I can do something, unless I can add something to the story. Hey, Angel, welcome to the stream. How are you doing today? So yeah, so this fight here This fight will probably happen regardless. The difference is, will I write it on the page or just have Tibbs say he fought? Like Tibbs say he encountered Bandit, dealt with it, and moved on. Like, it's gonna depend on if I can use the fight to bring something to the fore. If somehow I haven't had Tibbs fight with the martial art training that he received, I would do that there. But knowing me, I will make sure to demonstrate it early. Now, once he leaves, I will have him fight with that. And so, and the odds this is there because, like he said, there hadn't been a fight recently, and we probably hadn't thought to mention it before. So yeah. You're good. You're low on energy being so hot outside. Yeah, I'm staying inside. It's not. I don't think it's that hot here today. Well, it's gonna go up to 30 Celsius. It's 29 Celsius right now, and it's not done going up. So yeah, I'm staying inside. Where the air conditioning is nice. $33. Yeah, that's hot. Yeah, I'm not an outside person, so I mean, I will have to set foot outside today for a minute or two because I need to water the catnip plant I transplanted on Saturday. But yeah. So, well, I hope you stay cool. I hope you manage to take it easy. Tibbs arrive at its destination. At his destination, it's basically a tar pit, but also isn't. Source of the Potentia definitely looks like what we would see as a tar pit, but this is a world of magic. This is a world that doesn't run by laws of physics, but laws of essence. And I do my best to parallel them, but yeah, they're not identical. Potentia is the thing that other essence can feed off. So there's a lot of life here up until you get cut-off point where things look dead and to the naked eye, but in essence dead because there's so much life. Small life form with faint fever trace. Swarm feeding on the Potentia and anything else they can. Tibbs didn't get fever in the dungeon, so you could see how even staying away from the obvious boiling tar pit, other people might just die. Getting close, there are signs of all sort of mineral taking shape right at the edge, but metal, unlike life, can't just walk away. In case Tibbs needs to ready his emotion to push over the edge and jump in. This is where I think this is the thing. From the moment he gets mined, his audiences are going to be way easier. Because he can literally relive moments of extremely high emotion and feel it. Like, it's not like a movie being played. It's not like him just trying to, like, he's in that moment. The emotion is that high. Tibbs' audience with the Potentia, have fun. Yeah. It's going to be fun because Potentia is the moment of change. The moment of something changes. It's that moment of change. But what does that, like, how am I going to represent that as a personification? Basically, because when Tibbs has an audience, he finds himself within the element. With some of them, it's very easy, with fire, air, earth, purity, corruption, lightning, like this. But Potentia is a concept. It's not a thing. How the hell am I going to do that? I am getting a sense of the visuals that I'll be writing. But yeah, yeah, I have no idea. I have no idea how this. Thankfully to me, this is late in the book, so I'm gonna have a lot of time to ponder how this goes. But yeah, this is gonna be fun. Yeah, this is going to be really fun. Tibbs' travel, getting his practice with Potentia in early instead of waiting until his civilization. Person shift will be a strange, anxious lethargy, like he wants to do so much, but he can't be bothered to do anything. That may change, mainly because, this is what we went on based on what we could think of in the moment. But once I've written the audience, that's when I'll know the kind of personality Potentia has and what that will mean for Tibbs' personality when he channels it. But I do now have a way to make it a little easier on me, because with being able to channel two elements, Tibbs can, figure out something that's opposite to Potentia and channel the two and let himself transition to that one to get a better sense of how the element affects him, with hopefully being able to maintain his personality in that process. That will fail. Tibbs is, no matter how prepared Tibbs thinks he is, he's never ready for his first channeling of an element. But this is something that I'm going to be able to use to speed things up. Because, at this point, this is book 5. Like, he's already gone through 8, 9. Yeah, with mind is his 9th element. So at this point, like, I don't really feel like I need to do a big thing of Tibbs learning to control his personality, to remain himself while channeling an element. Like, I've done it often enough. It's just liturgy, but so much. I can't be bothered to do anything. Definitely dangerous thing come by with corruption on Earth. They'll need to consider carefully interaction with the channel. When it's channeled, will do ultimately. And that's another thing I need to work on. Because with being able to channel, with being able to suffuse himself, he can now move the essences to different nodes, and those have different effect. And that's something I'll have to deal with in this. Okay, so in case anything per se, everything, Tibbs is left with the big question: what to do next? No longer has a brand, he can morph himself, so now that he's gotten something from the Strange Kingdom, he's back to needing his training from the very people he wants to eventually destroy. Distasteful still. There are a lot of things to distract him, like checking on Heather, or maybe that place he got the audience with Fever to make sure that isn't a plague hotspot, or maybe didn't spend enough time in the kingdom, doesn't need to know about that. When we get out to he realizes he's just finding excuses. His training needs more than practice and strength development. It needs knowledge like the rest of the Arcana. Well, okay. He needs knowledge that is always a truth. He knows the Arcana at this point, like he's very fluent in it. Most carefully guarded stuff in the world, the guild does the stuff selling, needs to jump through hoops. Tibbs may or may not act. Okay, I guess that when we used Arcana here, it was to mean magic. And yeah, that is knowledge guarded, not so much by the guild, but by the sorcerers. May or may not actually have an attempted lesson. We can discuss during the meeting. There's space to burn in the book. This is going to be a big one, I think. This is going to be a big book. Ultimately, it's something that will likely need to be decided during writing itself. So, winding down the book, Tibbs has what he thinks downtime when two forces converge as one. First, the big bag in his thief persona for once has a job for Tibbs. Albio, something back in his hometown that should be... Okay, yeah, he's not going to say it's his hometown because how would Charlie know? It should be would open, but not that we're told. The next person shocked both of them. After all, if there's one type of person who can sneak up on the big bad, it's the Priest of Darkness. Commodore has finally found Tibbs. Not that he's been looking that hard, but he never did stop looking once they parted. And that will be how Book 5 concludes, according to this. Now, as with Book 4, there is a strong sense of episodic with this book, and it's going to be that way for even for the sixth one. Like this trilogy, and possibly the next one. The first one was in Craggle Rock, like it was all in one location by the nature of the story I was telling. Everything else is about, allows Tibbs to move about, and Tibbs is not someone who has a lot of reasons to stay in one place. And because of that, that makes things somewhat episodic. Which it's not a bad thing, it's just something to keep in mind. It will allow me to cut things apart if needed. As if a book somehow turns out to be way too big. But yeah, I'm kind of thinking that this is where it will end. Not sure. Not sure how. Not sure what the details of that will look like. I will be right back. But yeah, this is gonna be fun. Reading through this is reminding me why I love reading. Well, not that I forgot, but it's definitely reinforcing why I love this series. Alright, I need to. So I'm gonna need these over here. Buddy, over here. Thank you. I'm definitely going to need these. And this. And this. Not that I've. My Kingdom notes. I only put one note because I keep forgetting not to. Okay, so. Replace it with that. And here. I can remove these. Until the bullet point, these are just they're just conversation stuff that getting ourselves ready for the rest. Oh. But yeah, this was a little tiring. That's interesting. Oh, that's the location on the bar, not the actual. Actually, gonna take lunch a little early because I got a few things to deal with. So, and things are done. So I'm gonna do my. I'm not gonna do my best. I will be back at about 12:30. So hopefully I will see you then. And welcome back, everyone. Hello, Ekla. How are you doing? This afternoon, it is a chapter for the Technician's Fight, although I'm currently looking over Captain's Heart. I am searching for what I call the contested territory, the disputed territories. Like, I give it a name. Actually, you know what? This is probably going to be faster. Unclaimed. Why? Okay, there we go. They aren't unclaimed, there's disputed. It's unclaimed territories. That's how I call them. What are you up to today? Going to get some writing done. Very cool. I hope that goes well. That goes to your satisfaction. Hey, some Neo. Welcome to the stream. How are you doing today? How was your stream? You're hot. I don't know you well enough to ask for pictures for confirmation, but I hope the air conditioning is working. I am doing well. Thank you very much. I do have air conditioning, although while I'm walking, it's not as effective. Well, I am talking about temperature. I don't know about some Neo. Don't have much AC here. Your stream was productive. Got a lot writing done. Very cool. What were you writing? Novellas about fantasy world undergoing rapid industrial revolution. Very nice. And that is progressing as you would like. Are those book covers your published works? Yes, they are. Those are all my books. Within 10K finishing your first draft. Very cool. Congratulations. I hope you have as much fun with those 10K that you've had up to date. I hope you've had a lot of fun to date. It's been a couple of years. Hey, Colo. Welcome to the stream. What are you up to today? You like your story a lot. Very cool. You haven't had a lot of feedback. Yeah. Getting feedback is interesting. It's not even people who pay money for feedback aren't having a great time of it. So it's been so much fun. I mean, honestly, enjoying our writing, I think, is the most important thing. You have a 6-book series planned out. It's kind of kept you going. Very cool. Very cool. Is that your first series, or have you written or published others before? You are a novice. Well, welcome to... Welcome... That's interesting. I don't know what to call us. Welcome to the group. Welcome to the community. I hope they all treat you well. No, writers are not cultish. We're not social enough to be cultish. Just come home from the place we will not speak again, and you don't know. Okay. How is my current project coming along? Well, for me, it's projects, plural. I work on multiple ones at a time. This is The Technician's Fight, Book 2 in the Heart's Life series. This is moving along very well. I'm on chapter 31, which I forgot to update here. This is a science fiction thriller / relationship story. Otherwise, this morning I was reading through the treatment for Mind Your Step, which is book 5 in the Dungeon Runner series, which I will start the first draft of on Monday. Alongside that, I have 2 personal projects. Background, which is Monster and Batman, which I'm also moving well. And actually, yeah, I finished The World Witches on Thursday. So I'm going to be putting another project there. How large is my bibliography? I've got 19 published books at this point. 4 completed series. And the first one to the Dungeon Runner series is on Kindle Unlimited. Bottom rung. Which I really amused because every time I want to look it up on Amazon, it always changes it to bottom ring. Really makes it. When did I publish Tristan? You know what? Let me look it up. Tristan was published. Tristan is my first novel on 2016, so 9 years ago. So I have been. It came on screen. Very cool. So yeah, 9 years. Now I have been writing for way longer than that. 30 years at this point. But until I would say 3 or 4 years before I published, it was purely a hobby, purely amateur. Well, it was written purely for my own pleasure without ever thought that would be published at one point. And it isn't until self-publishing became a viable option that I started doing it, because what I write, no traditional publisher will want to touch it. I am niche within niche. So I don't have the wide appeal that publishers want. I mean, my one, I'm not even writing it as an attempt to have a wider appeal. I just made certain decisions that broaden this appeal. And, you know, Dungeon Runner is very dark for a fantasy book. and it doesn't have romance in it. Yeah. My usual niche will be gay relationships within other genre. Pretty much everything I write except Demons and Dungeon Runner basically deals with a form of gay relationship. um, so, men in a relationship with men. This is a, star-crossed. Well, I mean, it's not star-crossed because they're together, but a human with a Galcerian. Tristan is a Somalian and a human. Inheriting the Line, well, that's pure porn. Pure gay porn. Death by Predation, that is procedural with a gay relationship in it. There's elements of romance, but it's not romance. I don't write romance. Dungeon Runner is pure fantasy adventures in a dungeon core world. The thing is, I'm the target audience of what I write. And what I like is definitely not what the general population like. I like monsters as bad as main characters, which means that a good number of my books have main character. Like Tristan is not a likable character. He is a criminal. He has no issues killing. He only cares about himself. And I enjoy writing. I enjoy reading those kind of characters. I mean, I'll pick up books that have sociopath as main characters just to see how the authors will handle that, and I'm mostly disappointed. But yeah, it's when I write in a genre, I write the story I want to read. Like, Dungeon Runner. Well, that's started as a dungeon core book. Does it sell well enough to get by? No. I have a secondary stream of income that covers my bill, and it's the only reason I'm able to do this full time. If not for that secondary stream of income, I would still be working full time. Also, one aspect to keep in mind with me and my low sales, I don't do marketing. I consider marketing evil, and I just can't get myself to do much of it. Thank you very much for the follow, Somnio. I do a little bit. If I can automate something, I can manage a bit of marketing. But everybody goes, "Oh, you should have a newsletter," and my reaction is, "What am I going to do with the bleeping thing? Tell people to buy my books all the time?" And they go, "Well, just talk about what you do." I don't do anything entertaining. I am not an interesting character. I am not someone. I'm not an entertainer. You may not, I do. I consider marketing the bane of the universe. And because of that, I can't do it. I can't really. Yeah. One day, if I have money, I'll pay someone to do marketing for me. But while I'm the one who has to do it, all I can do is write books. All I can do is write the best book I can and put it out there and hope that its audience finds it. Have fun writing, gonna lurk and get some other stuff. Well, thank you very much for the lurk. Have yourself a good rest of your day. And I hope your stream goes well when you get to it. No, sensors. I should have written it. I forgot. I forgot. Again. I knew it. Unclaimed territory. Enjoy your lurk, Akla. How many merchant? How many people? How many kidnappees am I working with here? actually. Oh, oh, okay. That's going to be how I expose Thurok to covered ops. Oh, wait, what happened here? Oh. Righty. With it being Friday, my writing being done, I'm going to call the stream a little early so I can enjoy my weekend a little bit more. So thank you very much, everyone, for dropping by and keeping me company. I will be back Monday morning, 8 a.m. Eastern Time. I will be starting the writing of Mind Your Step, and in the afternoon I will be working on the Technician's Fight. I hope to see you then. If I do not, I hope you have a good weekend, a good week when it returns,